Yo. We're back. Winter, nice to have you here. It's me, Universe Traveler. We're doing more doodles today. I decided not to play Pokemon today. I just wanted to draw more. Also, my throat kind of hurts because I did a lot of talking yesterday. I streamed for like 6 hours doing like live reading of dialogue. So my throat hurts. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. But we finished it. Ghost Trick's done. It's just Pokemon. So we're just going to jam out to some video game music, and we're going to do more of the character reference stuff that I've been working on. We're doing Dusty today. There is a bit of a hard cap on this stream sesh, though, because at 4 p.m. local time, we're gonna, or at least I am, I'm gonna bebop on over to Slushy's stream, because they're hosting Mario Kart Community Days, and I love me some Mario Kart, and we're gonna be playing that. Or at least I'm gonna try and hop in and do a few races. So, but we got plenty of time before that happens, so we're just gonna do some drawing. And we're gonna see if I can try and wrestle in some of these Dusty variant designs. Oh, I forgot my water. Oh, and also before I guess to get started, yesterday we rated Beyond, and Lee XD07 and Mario Bros 1985 followed me from the shout out. So, I don't know, you guys ever catch this? Hey, thanks. I appreciate the follow. I'm gonna be going through my windows here. I'm digging up some refos. Because some of these are still pretty decent, but I just want to redraw them anyways. So the first one we're going to be working on is Gender Bent Dusty, which is Dusty with an I. I didn't let myself pass out until I heard the full story. I'm glad. Which, also, wow, that's... Yeah, I stayed up pretty late. It was very fair. Yeah. So that's why I wanted to make sure I started on time today. So that way I could at least get, you know, a good stream's worth, you know, of entertainment or whatever in before I run off to have fun. Or at least, you know, attempt to. I'm gonna go grab a water real quick. I will be right back. Okay, we're back. Don't know if that was really worth putting the screen up for, but... I need water. A Dusty variant with a speck of dust. Yes, she's very stylish. And also an excuse to put leg warmers on a character. Because one of the many notes about Dusty's world is that it sort of takes place in this anachronistic time frame where it's like the 80s and the 90s kind of blurred together. With no specificity in mind. It's just there's just no cell phones, and technology is just limited. So the kiddos in Dusty's world tend to be more outdoorsy, and they go out a lot, and they usually do fun stuff outside. So because of this influence, the kids and the teens in Dusty's world tend to go out more, and they're a bit more independent. And also there's in the city that they live in, there's like less crime and stuff like that, so it's a bit safer for them as well. So people tend to go out more. The infrastructure is what I wish the world currently had, or at least what I wish my world currently had. So the hair is a very easy fix for me, because what you kind of noticed it on this one, I think. I don't know if I did it on this one. I'm pretty sure I did. Or did I redraw it? Because I distinctly remember taking Dusty's like main hair, shrinking it a little bit, and then just like copy pasting it, and then putting it on the back. But from the look of this, I shrank it and then I just redrew it, which is weird. It's like, I don't know why I would do that. Weird. But yeah, I'm not redrawing that today. Oh, hell no! Or I did redraw it and I just spun it around so that way it would look different. Yeah, either way, that doesn't matter. My favorite time frame. Shout out Spiderwave. Hell yeah, shout out Spiderwave. Which I still need to do fan art for. Among other forms of fan art for friends and stuff. But hopefully I'll be able to devote stream time to doing other stuff aside from this project. Because that's what this is all about. Anyways, we're going to duplicate this layer. Come on. Okay, so we're gonna go. So the thing with Dusty with an eye is her hair gets shrunken down, mainly because she's got that high set ponytail. So I wanted to sort of cut back on the size of it, because, you know, it makes up for its lack in size for having even more hair up here. So, you know, if she like actually let it out, she would have like a bigger fro than normal Dusty. Don't worry, it's the winter show now. Yeah, eventually it's probably gonna end up being it, because not for nothing, and I don't mean to fillet your ego too much, but I do get a lot of inspiration from the characters and some of the designs you show me, and from some of the ideas you talk about, because I do think that some of the stuff you come up with is really cool. You know, not to say that you wouldn't be able to come up with stuff naturally on your own, but it's pretty damn cool. Come on. Oh, my ego is massive now. Thanks, Travel Boy. Yeah, better find the release valve on that. Don't want it to get too out of hand. Actually, can you see? Yeah, because this is what we're gonna do. We're just gonna take Dusty's normal hair and we're just gonna do this. Done. Yeah, that looks about right. Right? Because it's a little smaller. No, because see, okay. So it's bugging me on the new one. The reason why is because on this one I have the hair. It doesn't get close to tangenting here because it's got these two parts here. This part really bothers me. So I think I'm gonna... Hang on, how far back can I take this? There we go. Perfect. Been brainstorming for a personal project recently. Project that we've heard and or know about? Or is this a new thing? See, now this is something I can boogie down with. No, because I wanted to... but see... God, it's so close. That could work. That could work. Hold on. Yeah, I'll just cancel that selection. Is this why I redrew it? Was because I couldn't find the perfect shape for it? I think that's what I ended up doing. That's probably why I did it. Maybe Past Me was actually onto something. You know, this version of the Sonic 3 soundtrack that we're listening to currently is based off the Angel Island Revisited mod. So these are all the tracks from that ROM. And the one thing that throws me off is the fact that they include like actual sound effects in the music tracks. It's a little distracting, personally. Like in this one, they use like actual shattering glass, and it just throws me off. I don't know, it just sounds too crisp. I need that Genesis crunch, man. Not new, more under new management, but not something I've gone into detail about. In fact, the only thing I mentioned is that I got it through less than normal means. Huh. I wish I could remember. Because I feel like that's something I should be recollecting. Here we go. I think I found it. I think I finally found how I want this to look. But of course, you know, I can't recall anything because my memory's trash. So, what do I know? Satisfied. Because it's supposed to be like even... It looks to be even smaller than that. Yeah, because it looks like that, I think. Yeah, I like that a bit more. No, it's vague and quick, and you were talking about something else too. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh yeah, I guess that's the other thing that bothers me too. Yeah, it's supposed to be like that. There we go. But hopefully the progress on this project of yours is going smoothly. will be the next thing? The eyelashes. No, essentially, technically I don't own anything, but the person who does kinda is a terrible person, and I'm kinda left due to that. I'm taking up the mantle for me and only me. I see. So, kinda like fanfic type stuff. Ooh, he even plays the prototype versions? Oh no, that's right. So, and the other thing, real quick. The thing that I love about the Air soundtrack is it plays the prototypes of certain zones alongside the ones that appeared originally. It's so nice, and they redid the track listing so it doesn't have the speed shoes versions right next to the main level themes, which is really nice. Makes for a more enjoyable listening experience, IMO. But I love Carnival Night. The prototype Carnival Night music is really good. But yeah, it's kind of like revisionist fanfic or something like that, where it's like this property is dead, so I'm gonna take up the mantle and do everything myself. Lashes. Pretty much. I'm stringing everything together a lot more, adding new characters, and overall improving it from what it was, which was old Gmod improv videos. And so are you using Gmod, or you just... is this just like a thing you're crafting in the headspace? Thing was kind of sort of altering her bod just a skosh. Yeah, it's turning out okay. The hoodie. Oops. Right, so we're gonna go to the body. So Dusty gets more of a pinched sort of body, so she gets more of a waist. There we go. Okay, hoodie. transferring to art eventually, but I'm writing everything up too. But what it's all based on started with Gmod and the chaos that comes with that. Oh yeah, I remember like early days Gmod video type stuff. That shit was crazy. Alright, I think she gets her leg warmers. Man, I think I made Dusty's legs a lot shorter. Or maybe it's just the illusion of them having length. Hold on, didn't I put the old art in here? I left it in there for this like express purpose of comparison. Yes, I did. Yeah, if we were like do a little size comp here. Are they about the same size? No, his legs were definitely longer in the older one. Oh wow, that's a lot of layers. We don't need that many layers. Can we just... There we go. Yeah, that doesn't need to be in separate layers. That's gonna make this thing too huge for its own good. It's a silly project, but it means a lot to me. No, that's fair. I definitely know a thing or two about silly projects. Alright. So we're gonna go one layer above the shoes. And we're gonna draw in her leg warmers. Her knees would be about here-ish. So. Shoes? That works. Oh, that wasn't even right at all. Okay, we're just gonna take the shoes and we're just gonna put the layer transparency down. That way I know where the shoes are, but the lines don't get in the way. One thing I will tell you about it, because I find it funny, is that some characters are ghost hunters, and their organization is called Paranormal Investigators Extraordinaire. Their name is Pi. I like Pi. That's a cute name. Setting that up. The big evil ghost villain that ties into another big evil villain that ties into a main character that ties into a bunch of other shit. Nice. We love a connected universe. At least when it's done well. You know, I definitely prefer the hard times music for Ice Cap. But, you know, I don't really mind the prototype version. I think it's alright. Unrelated found the perfect boss music for Maman the other day. All thanks to Deltarune fan songs. Hell yeah. I always love when, you know, you happen to be just listening to something and then you're like, oh shit, this actually fits really well with like this thing that I'm making. Those are the best. I recently found another song for Dusty and a relationship with him and another character that we'll probably be seeing in this redraw project of mine. But it's a song called, I wish I could remember what it was called. Hang on. Oh, it's Stargirl by Jalen Ashan featuring Joe L. Barnes. It's a great song. Gonna give credit because it's terribly underrated. Our feature presentation by BMV277. I'm just gonna write that down real quick. We'll look that up later. Okay, you know what? It's gonna be like, this doesn't bother me, it bothers me, it bothers me. And why is that tile green? I'm just gonna redraw the leg warmer on the other side. And I'm just gonna redraw this one section. Big Maman boss fight vibes, that's all I'll say. Hey, whatever it ends up sounding like, I'm gonna look forward to listening to it. Because I don't want to set my expectations too much. I want to go in with, you know, an open mind. But from what you described of the character, it's like, okay, I do kind of have just some expectations of what I might experience. I love Launch Base. Love the song. This was the first song out of the soundtrack, from Sonic 3's soundtrack specifically, that really stood out to me and made me go, ooh, Sonic's got some boppin' tunes. Because this was back when I hadn't really experienced too much of the Sonic franchise. So I was new to the whole thing. Yeah, Sonic, good music, crazy. Yeah, I know, right? This was the one where I was like, oh, dip, this is bopping. Also, for it being like, this is the final zone, but this isn't like menacing or imposing, but it's just like a boppin' track. Kind of also like subverted my expectations for what I thought the final area would be like. Also, I guess this kind of ties into the crunchiness of the other tracks, though, but the cleaner samples for the go is another one that kind of throws me off. Because I love the crunchy go, go, go. Apologies, missed anything. I desperately had to listen to that song again. Nah, it's just me being old man yells at cloud. Go back to this layer. Yeah, now we get into the prototype track that I don't like. Not a fan of this one. Because even though the original launch bass is like, it's like really bopping and stuff like that, it still has like that, has like an air to it. There's like a menace. It's imposing. This, I don't know, this just feels way too jaunty. There we go. I'll take the shoes and we'll do this. There we go. Look at that one again. Okay. I'm just gonna make a small correction. We're just gonna have the line come down a bit lower like that first, and then it'll rest on top of the strap over here. Yeah, sounds off. Yeah, I agree completely. It's not a bad song either, but you know, it's not a bad song. It just doesn't fit, man. Just doesn't fit right. And now imagine this song, but in Sonic Origins. And, you know, with that game's, like, crap sound fonts. It sounds terrible. It's like, I know it's kind of a regurgitated opinion, but, it's like, good grief, Jun. There's some great compositions you've got, but you just, something about your more classic compositions just, they don't do it, man. It's like, I like all your other stuff and your contributions to like the adventure stuff and all that, but I don't know. Okay. I think we're good. Dusty is done. But a trailer bring terrible news. Oh no. The Huns have broken through the northern border? The seahorses have taken over? Oh. Cruel. Cool. Being hit by the sleepy dust. Forgot I had to do stuff today. Now I need to do that stuff. I won't be able to watch my favorite streamer, nor I'll be able to watch you. Oh no. Sucks not being able to watch your favorite streamer, you know, and, you know, not being able to hang out, but I know the feeling. But hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. So, you know, if you gotta go, you gotta go. And, hopefully, my apologies. No, it's alright. You do what you gotta do. Real life comes first, you know, even though we hate it when it does. So, take care of what you gotta take care of. And, hey, I'll catch you in the VOD land. Alright, so Dusty is done. Now we're going to move on to Classic Dusty, and this one's going to be a little something of a challenge. Ugh. I don't know why I'm yawning all of a sudden. I got a decent amount of sleep last night. So, Classic Dusty is a bit of a departure from his older design. based on his original look. It's like, what a difference, am I right? So we're gonna try, emphasis on try. I don't know why did I shape his shoes like that? Yeah, that's so weird. Good grief. Guys, I'm not sure. Well, I know one thing, the hoodie's gotta go, because he can't wear a hoodie. I'm just not sure if I want to try and Frankenstein something together with what I've got here. Or just start with the base, which is, you know, the head, and then just go from there. I think I will just go with... So he's about that size, and he's about down to his waist. That's about where his eyebrows lay. We're gonna take... Oh. Yeah, so we're gonna duplicate this one. We're gonna just make this one invisible. Need a duplicate so I have spare parts. So we're just gonna go and just gonna trace along here, make sure we grab all of that. This is traction. Too much excess there. Okay. I'm just gonna take this and just pop that right off. Oh no, we decapitated him. Oh no! Oh no, that's terrible. Body and head. I'm looking at. Hey, what is that? Oh, it's part of his face. Okay. There we go. Man, I think it's because now I've hit a zen state of mind now. My brain's like, Oh shit, we're kind of in the zone, kind of relaxed. You're tired now. Good grief. Why can't my body and brain just do this stuff when I actually want to be asleep? That's why I've always said, if I ever had the choice of getting the ability to just of being able to just wake up when I want to or fall asleep when I want to, I would choose going to sleep when I'd want to, because I don't have problems waking up or listening to alarms or hearing alarms, but going to sleep has always been a problem of mine. So if I could just be like, lay down my head and go, sleep now, and then just go to sleep, huge. That'll be big. See, another thing that's throwing me off is I need to resize. His hands will have to be changed in size in order to fit his new proportions. Because it's like, his arms are about... His arms are like this long. So, be about there. Oops. Good. There we go. Oh, fill that full of color, right? That's what you wanted? choose for later. Let's just focus on doing his legs. This looks kind of silly. He's got these big old legs underneath of him. How does this control? Is it shift? There it is. Yeah, it's like I know there's a keyboard command in there for. Oh, hold on. Actually, can we? Oh, we do both of them at the same time. I can at least gauge kind of what size I want them to be at. Yeah, I think about that big. I think the feet will be about that big. Crumb. Oh wait, no. This will be an easy fix. Do this. Yeah, because it'll just be the underdrawing of that. Okay, this should work. Yeah, it does take it with it, but that's okay. Oh wait, that's the arms. Duh. It's a different part of the body altogether. Mm-hmm. Almost done. Did I line that up right? It'd be like about here. I'm gonna move his left or right leg. Okay. thing we gotta add first. We gotta add his toofums. Because that's the thing with Dusty is he's got, at least in his old design, he had buck teeth. Because I wanted to show that even with imperfections, people can still shine. I guess on the shoes layer, let me just do this. And his gloves get the little cuffs, just like, you know, Sonic characters usually get. There we go. Yeah, right now, he's good. Yeah, I think he's good. Yeah, and that one's, he's a bit shorter and stockier, and this one made his legs a little longer. But that's okay. Alright, and then this one we can just delete that. Weather, here's a fun one. So this is kind of what I'm referring to the Terrain and Magical Expertise version of Dusty. Because he's no longer the tome version, I'm co-opting him as my own. And in the game he appeared as a weather-based guy. So in all the pre-designs of this one going forward, he's just going to be the Weather Dusty. And he's going to be the tornado guy, the lightning guy, the storm guy, so on and so forth. Eventually he'll find his own home. He'll find his home somewhere. But for now, we're just gonna stick with the weather nickname, and we'll find, and yeah, we'll just go from there. So the majority of it will stay the same. We are just adding a bunch of new stuff to him. We are going to go a layer above. We're going to make the hoodie just slightly more transparent. We're going to make the arms transparent too. And then we'll layer this. We're adding in his little bandana, or at least his scarf. Because it's supposed to be it was a scarf originally, I think. It's meant to be a scarf, but I wanted to give him a little bandana too. It's like I wanted a little something extra on him. So when I submitted the design initially to the Kickstarter campaign, it ended up being like this. I think it provides a really nice shape for him. Sort of hangs down the middle of his chest like this. Hood though, I'm just gonna do this. Scarf will be flapping in the wind as it is wont to do. Because the thing that I always imagined with or at least what I've sort of conjured with the tome stuff, is he designed the character with the scarves kind of flapping in the wind. And I've always liked the idea of them being kind of indicative of his mood. That naturally, since he's a character that's full of gusto, the tails of his scarves are always flapping in the wind. But if he's down or if he's sad, his scarves just sort of hang down. His scarf just hangs down. But whenever he's happy, which, is usually him most of the time, they just sort of flap behind him. I think there's a character in It's kind of like it defies physics because it flaps in the wind no matter where he's at, if he's indoors or outdoors. What is this song? It's part of the multiplayer. Oh, it's the prototype music for the competition menu. Okay. So I've never heard of this before. There we go. Now we're getting back into the familiar territory. It's like, this is a song I'm used to. It's like, it's Azure Lake. Alright. You can't forget he's got a little pattern on his scarf, which was originally a reference to Ryerda, because she used to have a pattern on the front of her shirt that went like this, which was supposed to be the clasps that held her shirt together. So I wanted to include this in his design. Because I mean, this is the first time a character would get featured in a character of mine would be featured in a video game. So it's like, hey, you're representing all of us. You get a bunch of little bits and bobs from all the other characters, and a lot of his moves were electricity based because Universe Traveler's, he uses a lot of electricity based moves because he's got lightning powers, and I think that's sort of why Chris made him a weather guy in the game, which I don't know, I was a little miffed at originally, but then it kind of grew on me. So it's like, it's just an alternate version of the same character. It's fine. It doesn't really matter. And he gets like a cheek dimple because that was included in the game version of him, and I think it kind of makes him a little bit cuter. But it's a Weather Dusty exclusive trait, and it's also just for the fact that he's like supposed to be a cloud, and clouds are like round and lumpy, sometimes. So, giving him a little cheek dimple means his like cheeks are like kind of full. I think he's not gonna have pockets. Yeah, his hoodie doesn't have pockets. Yeah, that's pretty much the main change. He gets a pattern on his little hoodie, or I guess in this case it's probably a sweater. And then he gets the pattern and goggles, which I don't know how I'm gonna fit those on his noggin. So we're just gonna have to work some magic and see if we can get those on there. Let's do this the simple way. I'll just draw a circle like right here. And we'll just draw another circle like this. Kind of like a Venn diagram. Except not, because in a Venn diagram, circles are supposed to overlap. But here, they just touch. They do a little touch. A little touchy touch. Hold on, sneeze. Goodness, bless me. Ay, caramba. No, it's the eraser. Thought I had the pencil. Okay. Yeah, that works for me. If I were a smart guy, I would actually copy and paste the reference on the file, but I'm not that smart. Okay. Well, I think we'll just make this the accessory layer. Yeah, because see, the thing with the goggles, though, is you put them up here and they, I don't know, it just feels like they take up a lot of room. Oh. Okay, let's keep it independent from the scarf layer now. I guess it kind of warrants it now, since I'm futzing with it like this. to go, got to follow my rainbow. That's the wrong part of the song. Danger is lurking around every turn. Trust your feelings, got to live and learn. I know with some luck that I'll make it through. Got no other options, only one thing to do. There you go. I wonder if I should just have the goggles float there. You know what? I think that works. This works. This way? No way. Oh. So no way is a slower version of the competition results? Interesting. Interesting. But yeah. I think that'll take care of... Yeah, Weather Dusty. I think I'll tinker with his hair a little bit later. I'm just gonna do it now. I must be really tired. It's a subtle enough difference. I think that'll be okay. Yeah, and I think I need to... I didn't think I'd need this much space. But we're gonna have to expand my canvas. Set the anchor point to the left. Oh, I realized that doesn't actually... Huh, so the windows don't actually show up. That's funny. Width. Set it to 1250. Try it to 1. That ought to be good enough. This is sort of a, I don't know, is it a lore spoiler, story spoiler? It doesn't matter. Who knows if I'll even get to the point where I'm writing this. But Dusty gets star power. Whoa! And he enters supernova. Still really proud of how I rendered this one. Not like it's impressive or anything like that, but I actually went out of my way to color the line art. I did some shading. It's like, it's not half bad. You did okay. Although I do think I messed up his face though, because his eyebrows should be following the contour of his eyes if he's like really angry. It's like I really could have pushed that a bit further. It's like, I know what you were going for, bro, but honestly, he was sitting around here somewhere. Yeah, the eyes opened. But this one's gonna need his gloves rendered, or at least I say rendered, his gloves actually finished, because his hoodie is usually destroyed when he's using his Nova powers. So we'll just make it transparent for right now. Take a sippy. Sure how I want to tackle doing the star on his chest. Because I want it to be even. Hang on, I'm gonna try something here. View grid. There's blue spheres. Blue spheres speed up next, and then blue spheres speed up 45? I don't know what that means. Alright, and then it's Knuckles theme, and then we'll be switching over to a different playlist. Because we're just going to get into sound effects. It's too scored. Huh. That's Knuckles' theme in the prototype? That's funny. What a funny tune. Did I have anything else in this playlist? Hmm. Let's just jump over to my stream mix, and we can just do that. Don't know how. Don't know how long this is gonna go for. I think I'll go for maybe an hour and a half more, if that. Now I can't find the playlist. Where is it? There it is. Stream mixtape. So let's just queue up my usual. There we go. Turn it down just a gauche more. Alright. I'll just keep the lo-fi. We'll have lo-fi beats. Bless you, Game Chops. You always got my back. All right. Control V. Oh, it's K. Or no. What's command? It's Control T. Why did I brain farted on the command for fucking transform. I'm dumb. T. And we're spinning this around so that way it's pointing straight up like that. Here, delete that. There we go. Okay, put that there. There we go. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I do want it to be even. Okay, so now we're gonna go in here. Just gonna what was that? We're gonna Control C. Wrong one. Control V. And there it is. There's our star. The star of the show. And we're just gonna duplicate it. I'll save copy 1, and we're gonna futz around with copy 3. We'll save copy 1 though. Okay, so this one we're going to go Control T on, and we'll shrink it down. And we're just gonna keep it on the inside like this. And just nestle it right inside. About like that. Oops, that was a bit much. That too was a bit much. I'm gonna go here. There we go. Okay. About there. That'll work. Alright. So the star goes on his chest. About here. Yeah, about right there. Okay. Then the rough parts start coming back in again. It's happening again! down, it drapes around like this. Above his shoulder. Like that. I think I'm pretty close to the star. That layer doesn't have it on there. Is it this layer? That's layer. Okay. Hello? What am I shrinking? Why? Why isn't it... There it goes. Yeah, if we offset it by just a smidge. There we go. I just want to thicken the lines a little bit. that's all he had for the markings on his chest. And the next thing he had were the markings on his eyes, or around his eyes. The mark pointed downward. Okay, well, for one thing though, actually, you know what? His little sort of crescent moon shapes around his eyes. These ones will point down, and these will point further out like that. I'm gonna take a quick bio break. I'll be right back. All right. Oh, welcome back. Glad to see you back. Didn't really miss too much. Just me struggling to draw a star evenly. And agonizing over body proportions. It's nothing too crazy. Okay, so the next thing we're doing is we're given how's it going, bitch boy? Affectionate. That's going pretty alright. We're gonna give this boy some angry eyes. Cause he's in his supernova state. And so he's angry. He's got a furrowed brow. And his eyebrows are like this. Because unlike the old one where I arched his eyebrows for some reason, he's actually mad. He's not like, it's not like incredulity or however you say it. But he's just mad. He's so mad. Supernova. I can't believe you'd steal my style like that. Well, you know, it's funny. You said something similar to that when I pointed this out earlier. How it's like we both have characters that have like a super like Nova based transformation. It's like crazy, man. I say it every time. Who's my favorite cousin, Arnold? You're my only cousin, Janet. Anytime something gets remotely similar, I accuse you of theft. Yeah, because that's me. Just a damn dirty thief. It's all I am. It's all I am and will ever amount to be. Just a thief. Something street rat, I don't buy that. Why won't they look closer? Oh, wait, what am I doing? I'm a fool. We gotta undo some of this stuff. Not those. The eyebrows, like, stay there. Whoops, not that far. Because the markings go around his eyes, and if he... Whoops, not there. The markings go around his eyes, so if... You know, if... No, they don't want to do that either. So they would begin and end at his eyebrows. Because his eyebrows are pushing down on them, so you wouldn't be able to see them. Classic Thieves. I would never take a cast of characters as my own. Yeah. And adopt them. They are my children now. Which is funny because I actually kind of have done that before in the past. With not even with like these are characters from a TV show. The closest I've ever gone to doing that is actually the closest I've ever been to doing that is Tiger Lily, and even then I'm still in the middle of doing that. I've got ideas for that. But I do it with people's OCs all the time, where it's like, this character is neglected. It's like, I'm just gonna, like, craft a headcanon and, like, steal them and just do my own shit with them. But it's like, you know, I move about as fast as a glacier, so it's like it's like none of that stuff ever really comes to pass. But there's a few character variations where I'm like, oh, in this one little story I made up, they're totally a character, and they totally do stuff. Because I think they're so cool. I think the eyebrows will extend past the markings just a smidge. There we go. Who would win, Supernova or Supernova? Personally, and I have thought about this because I just can't help myself. If I were to be in the scenario where I'm writing if I were to be put in a scenario where I'm writing the clash between the super forms of my characters versus, you know, between Supernova and like Supernova Dusty and the super forms of the other characters, Dusty and Nova would be evenly matched, I think, because he's basically tapping into the power of a star, and I feel like they'd be sort of on even ground. Sparks, like Sonic form Sparks, would be underpowered. He wouldn't win. Like he wouldn't win at all. The Anthro version of Sparks, just by the nature of how scrappy he is, he'd totally win. And that one would be like the no contest winner. He'd be like, who are you? I'm Sparks, but better. And Nova would go, oh shit! And he would do the whole... I pictured this animatic before in my mind, where it's like Sonic Sparks is laying on the ground. He's all destroyed. And then Anthro Sparks shows up and she's all like, who are you? I'm him, but better. And then, you know, his energy explodes out. He transforms and she's all like, oh shit. And then it does that thing where it's like motion blur. Him just like dashing towards her and just punching her in the face. That's kind of how I'd write it. And as for the other ones, I don't know. I don't think they would be long drawn out fights. And I think it would just be a toss up as who would come out the victor. I don't know. Just, it depends on what what exactly the goal of the story is. I know it's kind of a non-answer, but you know, truthfully that's how I feel. It's like depends on how I'm writing the story and who I want to be the winner. But you know, some of those factors would come into play, at least a little bit. Considering she lost to a small group of rebellious animals because they outsmarted her. I see it. Yeah, and because it's also... Because when I think of... Yeah, Nova's, like, super form, I feel like they'd be pretty evenly matched throughout. Except for, I don't know, something about Sonic Sparks just being weaker than the rest. I don't know, there's something about that that interests me from a writing standpoint. Just the fact that, he'll go like his super form, which I call overdrive. When he enters like overdrive, he doesn't like get a super big power boost, but he can like move faster without having to tap into a special power. He's able to just move faster and do more stuff. But it's not that big of a jump in terms of his like power level, quote unquote. So I don't know, I find it really interesting. Because I think the other thing that I feel like how I would go with like Sonic Sparks in general. Oh, that's not. I'm on the wrong layer. How much is this going to delete? Not a lot. Okay, good. With Sonic Sparks is he's not like a character that's supposed to go out and, or at least I don't know, like not anymore. Again, it's because I've been I don't know, it's because I've been tinkering with the idea of taking Sonic Sparks and taking all the ideas I had for that and just putting it in the Anthro Spark stuff and then just leaving the Sonic fan stuff behind, because not even for like any malice towards the Sonic community or anything like that, because Lord knows I interact with any community anymore. It's like I barely do any Spider-Sona stuff now, and I don't know. And it also just boils down to I'm not really a big community person, because every time I try to enter a community, I always feel the need to like back out of it because I just don't fit in. But that's personal stuff. But it's like I just find it really difficult to try and fit in within a community. Anyways, so it's like, yeah. What was I talking about? Fucking, yeah, because I'm trying to, if I wanted to back away from the Sonic community stuff, because I don't use the Sonic character stuff so much whenever I think about like the stories I want to make and all that stuff, which I should actually make instead of just playing around with ideas like action figures in my brain. The Sonic stuff is like low priority versus the Spark stuff, which and I'm gonna use like Sonic stuff as like Sonic Sparks and all that stuff, and normal Sparks for like the Anthro stuff, because I need some way to differentiate it because my brain will get confused. The Spark stuff holds more interest to me because it is for what it is. It's a new world and something I have more control over, versus the Sonic stuff, which if you don't like decide to play by the rules of the pre-established world that is part of the Sonic franchise, then it's like, well, for me at that point, it's like, why am I bothering to play within these rules if I'm not even going to not even going to listen or bother with these rules? It's like there's no point in playing around in it if I'm not even going to bother. So it's like, why don't I just take this thing, make something similar enough to it, but establish my own rules and laws, and be like, and go, and I don't have to abide by any pre-established rules. Plus, I'm not tied to a community or anything like that. I can just be like, no, this is its own thing. You don't need to know any pre-established lore from the franchise or anything like that. It's just its own thing. When you go into it, you can just go into it. Everything is established up front. All the rules are there, and it looks to learn if it's something that people can approach it easily and be like, oh, there you go. Yeah, Sparks is more important than Sparks because Sparks is limited while Sparks isn't. Exactly. You're speaking my language. But yeah, it's exactly that. Because I'd love to make Sonic Sparks just this. He's just this. I don't want to say non-confrontational, but the whole vibe of his story is that he's just kind of what Sonic is. He's just a hobo that wanders around this near utopia of a world that's got like, the whole thing with the future and the magic with, machinery and magic and technology and all that just working hand in hand with each other, and him just exploring this world and just seeing what the beauty that it has. Like, I imagine him being, his story is literally just a bunch of landscape pictures of him just like sitting on a high place and then looking down at the beauty of the world, or like maybe in it, and just seeing like how towns work and the people that live in it and all that. And that would literally be it. There's no plot, there's no through line. It's just, here's just a picture into an idyllic world, and that's it. Whereas, normal Sparks, he goes through the shit. He's a character that grows, he develops, he changes, and the world changes around him. His actions define the world and change it. And there's like a through line through it. There's a plot. There's an actual plot. Whereas with the Sonic stuff, it's like, nah, there just wouldn't be a plot. So, and it's also the fact that, I don't know, again, it always goes back to the community. It's like, I don't interact with a lot of fan communities that much, and it stems from a number of factors where it's like, I don't know, I don't go out of my way to talk to people on the internet that much anymore. Wherein I am the one who makes the first step to try and make contact with somebody. Mainly because I'm not a big, I don't want to say I'm not a big community person, because I think communities can be really cool. But when I want to be a part of something, I always prefer it being like a really personal, one-on-one kind of environment. I'm trying the wrong layer again. I just went into this next step without even prepping for it, because I finished this part, and I still don't know if I want his eyebrows to, because I don't know, I'm looking at this, I don't know if I should just have his eyebrows rest down here, because they're just lines, and I think that's kind of what I'm doing with my characters going forward, is I'm just making their eyebrows lines, because I'm simple that way. I don't know, I think it looks fine for now. But there's a whole lot of reasons for this, and it's really hard for me to compartmentalize everything and then list them all off one after the other when it comes to my aversion for being in fan communities. Because there's the whole, I like being, for lack of a better term, I like being intimate with the people I know, where it's like, it's a one-on-one conversation, I really get to know them, I learn who they are, and we regularly hang out. That is a big thing for me, because I am a person, because, neurodivergent, it's in the tag. I'm a person with really bad memory. It is, damn, take me to dinner first. Oh. Damn, that's a line that I use a lot too. I don't know, it tickles me so to have that thrown back at me. God, that completely derailed me. Fuck. Oh, shit. I completely forgot what I was talking about. Fuck it. Let's get back to doing what I was doing. Right. That's his arms layer. We'll put it on the same layer as this. We'll merge all the face stuff together. So that way it's all in the same thing. Bad memory. That's right. Okay. Perfect example. Hanging out with people with it being one-on-one and also being routine. Because as a person with bad memory, the only way things can stick in my mind, like at all, is there's regularity to it. I remember people and things better if I interact with it on a regular enough basis for it to stick. And even then, that doesn't really help me. Because, like, we hang out, during this whole stream thing on a weekly basis. But there are still things that you tell me that I just completely forget. But it's like, I still remember the basics of who you are and what you've told me, and some of our inside jokes and all that other stuff. So it's like, yeah, it's not perfect, but at least I can retain some of it. So when I'm in a community and there's just a bunch of people that just come in and out willy-nilly, it's like I can't. That's on the face again. God damn it! I put it on a different layer. That's why. Put this. Oh wait, layer 5. What's layer 5? Oh, it was the gloves. Duh. Okay. We'll put the new layer above hair, and that's where we'll put his head shape stuff. I'm very forgettable, so no hard feelings. And I appreciate it truly, because as a person with terrible memory, I need a lot of grace when it comes to that stuff. But yeah, when it comes to just being in communities where a lot of people move in and out, and it's a lot to remember, and I cannot, and I will not, and not for the fact that I won't try. It's just the fact that my hardware is just not cut out for that, regrettably. And it's something I continuously have to battle with every day. And also just being in a group with people who are more outspoken than I, it's very easy for me to shut down when it feels like I'm not being heard, which is why I always like one-on-one hangouts with people. Is I don't feel the need that I don't feel like I'm not being heard because I'm being lost to the din of the group. Which is why I fucking hate Discord servers. It's like, people have Discord servers and they post updates and stuff in them, which is great. It's like they have their uses as a tool. Hey, sneak up on me. But I just don't. I hate being like, open up a Discord server, pop into one of the rooms, and it's just this string of several people all contributing to a conversation all at once. And it just overwhelms me to an absurd degree. Oops. So it's like I can't bring myself to be in one or contribute at all, because it's like, well, if I contribute to the scroll, it's like throwing a leaf into a reverse waterfall, kind of, because they scroll upwards instead of going downwards. So it's like you throw it in there and it just goes and it's gone. It just disappears. And that's also why I don't like Twitch chats too much, or like super busy Twitch chats, and which is and that's the same reason why. And I don't interact with a lot of Twitch peoples because it's very easy to get lost in the den. Though watching a Twitch stream and participating in a group conversation on Discord are two very separate things, but there are some similarities to them. So yeah, and that's so when it comes to interacting with fan communities, it's always hard for me to go out of my way to like be the one to reach out when I know I'm just gonna get lost in the den for my own reasons and the reasons of just being in that environment. So I don't bother to participate in it. I just sit on the sidelines and I just do my own thing. And there's also the reason that internet communities, especially with the art stuff on the art side of things, which is a community, which is part of the communities I like, because hey, I like to draw and I like to talk to other people who like to draw and write and stuff, and they come up with their own stuff. You know, it's great. It just sucks because this whole environment is based on trying to get attention and getting eyes on yourself. And you don't, and it's hard to talk to people that have a bit more of a leg up in it than you do, because you don't want to come off as somebody who's or come off as someone who's just trying to, you know, boost their own popularity. It's like, I don't personally, I like having eyes on my stuff. It's nice, but beyond like just a general audience, I don't give a shit about getting popular. It's like fame is it's bullshit. I don't care. I do this because I enjoy the work, and I like the end result, but I like the path it takes to get me there. And it's like, if fame is what is a thing that comes from that, then it's like, fine, it's whatever. But I'm not in it for that being the result. What am I doing with this face shape? I'm trying to do this, but it's like, I can't, my brain. So it's really hard for me to like be like, hey, I want to interact with you. I want to get to know you. But it's like, I don't know. It's also kind of a thing where people are like, oh, these are my peers. And I'm like, you really think the person with like 500,000 followers compared to like your like 200 or whatever is your peer? It's like, nah. I don't know. I don't know. It's a thing that friend of the show, friend of the pod, Barry brought up on one of her streams, and it's a thing that kind of irks me a little bit. But I don't know. These are like personal disagreements on opinions. So it's like, I don't know. I can't get too upset about it. I have not once been in a community. Well, technically two, but they're close friends. Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is I like tight-knit groups, because it's like, you know, all the members, you know who's who, and you know who everybody is, and you don't have to keep track of a lot of moving parts. It's easier that way. And I've always been like that. It's like, I've always been a person that's you know what, I'm just gonna go and I'm just gonna do this. Alright, where you at? There you are. Okay, we're just gonna take this, and we're moving it all the way down here to old art. Just gonna put this down to 50%, like the old stuff. But yeah, and you don't have to keep track of a lot of moving parts, and yeah. If we were the perfect duo, I remember almost everything, you remember almost nothing. And that's the great thing about relationships, is you don't find people to complete you, you find people who complement you. And that's why this has been working out so great. Working out great so far. I've been avoiding you. I don't even know who you are. See? And that's how well this has been working out. Random guy is out. Peace. Love you, finish the verb. Yeah. So that's kind of why I don't try and interact with fan communities or do fan art or things like that. It's like, I just want to do my own thing. Don't worry, I'll backstab you. That's okay. You don't want to feel betrayed? That's okay. I can just do it and help you feel it. We can work that out. Good grief. Okay. Old art. All right. I'm just gonna do a thing here. Past me, get ready. Your tracer. There's a person who's tracing your artwork. It's you! Shock gasp. Okay, so I want to make about that bag. So, this whole conversation kind of started because of the Sonic stuff. So, I don't know where do we go now? Where do we go? Where do we go now? No. Would you like a funnish Nova effect? Yeah, sure. Lay it on me. Ah, shit. There we go. Hang on. I want to move it. I want that to be the angle, but I think that's going to have to change. How big, in relation to this, how big is it? How big are his, like, his fins, for lack of a better term? There it is. Do it again. Yeah, because I think I'll put it right there. Yeah, we'll put it like right there. Yeah, because it looks about the right size. And I think I'm going to adjust the shapes of, maybe the shape of these. Maybe? I think that's what I'm gonna do. Just change their shape. Supernova actually taps further into the power of... Oh, I forgot how to pronounce that. Gah! Of Star Mother. Which gives a significant power boost, but technically isn't a regular super form. Yeah, and that was what Sonic Spark's super form was going to be about. Overdrive was basically just the electricity he built up in his body. Ilias, that's right. Or it's like Alias. Ilias? Yeah, it's like Alias. Yeah, Alias or Ilias. Yeah, that's right. Because I remember there was something funny with it that I didn't get right the first time. But yeah, that was what Overdrive was kind of like, is it's just the electricity that's built up in his body, and him just unleashing it all at once into like a powered up super form. So it wasn't like, oh, I'm drawing my power off of these, you know, stones, or from, I don't know, like the Anarchy Barrel or something like that. Shout out to the Sonic Archie comics. But that's sort of how I've always wanted, like, my characters' super forms, quote unquote, to be like, is just, these are powers that they have developed and they've trained and they've honed. And when the time arises and when it's needed, they're able to unleash it and, you know, save the day. Dusty's a little different though, because he is a character that doesn't have um, an inherent power, but he borrows the power of something else, and that's how he achieves this form. Yeah, Ilias also has a form change, but it's pretty much just the difference between regular and rooted. Okay. Is there like a power? I would assume that there would be a power discrepancy from the two, because I mean, if they are disconnected from a power source, you know, being the planet, I'd assume that their power would be weaker when they're not rooted, versus if they're rooted, then they'd have the ability to draw more power from it. That would be my assumption. There we go. I like this shape a lot more. Yeah. Yeah, it feels more like it blends in with these ones here. Yeah, rooted is stronger and drains power from what she's rooted in. Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of what I assumed. Yeah, I could totally see when I pictured the boss fight, I pictured the Ilias boss fight in my mind. Like, it's a... So there's a piece of fan art that oh yeah, here's where I was fighting with myself trying to draw a star. I wanted it to be even. I always pictured the boss fight, quote unquote, because it's a piece of fan art that I love to do, but I'm neither talented enough to really achieve it. But I imagine it being like their head is like this, you know, and then their torso is, or no, their torso is arched like that, and then they have like the arms doing this thing, and then around them is like their arms doing a this thing, kind of doing a that, and arms coming up and doing this, but they'd be reaching towards this, and they have this thing sort of pointed like that, and then their hair is like doing this thing, and then you'd have in the middle, you'd have like, I don't know, this is just for scale, you'd have Supersonic or somebody doing this thing, and you know, you would have the arms going in towards this focal point like this, and then there'd be like a starry background or something, and I don't know, maybe some destruction or something like that. This is kind of the idea that I had for doing that, and it's like, oh, I got the idea in my head, and I'm like, ooh, I want to do it so bad. I want to do it so bad because it's so cool. I've been considering making Nova without the suit, have a plant-like look, like how Ilias is a tree. Yeah, and that would be a really fun twist, and a hybrid of ideas, is to be like, they're an alien race that is very energy based, and you have the mother, or like a queen of this race that spreads, you know, her influence around through her offspring, quote unquote, and while they are star based, there's a plant-like quality to them, because plants are very much the same in the fact that they take roots somewhere and then they spread seeds everywhere in order to make more of them. I think it's a very neat idea. It's a very cool concept. It's hard to do fan art with a character not fully designed. Yes, I've realized that. But I don't know. I can't help it. My brain just when it grabs an idea, it moves 90 miles an hour, conjuring up idea after idea after idea, and the disconnect between my brain, my thoughts, and my hands, and my physical being makes it difficult to make anything. Yeah, but you did somehow just make really good fan art of a character not fully designed. Thank you. I try. And this would just be like the base concept sketch. This is just like the idea of what it would be. I'd do like drawings over this and and do all that. The other idea I had was the 3 of them that you posted, where it would be like a portrait shot kind of like this, and you'd have one like this, and it would be like that, looking down at you, and then like that, and then I forget what the other one looked like, but there's the other one that was like this. That's, I don't know, would probably be facing away from you like that. It'd be like that, sort of like this, and then that big knight looking motherfucker that you drew, who's like this, who looks kind of down at you like that, and it's supposed to be like underlit, so it'd be kind of like shaded like up here, and you'd have like, I don't know, her hair kind of doing this thing, and this one's thing doing I think it was like waterfall hair, right? And it would do something like this, and then you have this one, and then like, I don't know, maybe its hands would be bearing down on you like that. I don't know, something like that. Yeah, 100, 102, and 103. Oh dang, this song's almost over. I didn't think I was gonna go this long, because I also have a deadline, technically. But I'll go for like half hour longer, because I got a thing in like at like 4 o'clock. Everything, anything, and nothing. Yeah. I saved them to my phone because I wanted to draw them at some point. So it's like, I could just look at that, but my phone's old and crusty, and it's all the way over there. It's like, I don't want that to reach it. But yeah, I don't know. The concepts are so cool, and I want to draw them. This one especially, because I think this would make for a very great composition, and it also abides by like the rule of thirds, because you'd have Ilias here, and then you'd have like Supersonic like about here, and then you'd have just everything pointing towards the middle, so it would draw your eye to here. So I don't know. I think it'd be totes neat. Anyways, back to this. Yeah, Ilias 102 is actually named after WR 102, the hottest star, and I worked in there. Okay, that's a neat bit of trivia. Oh, this is 60. Yeah, back down to 20, please. I'm not drawing. Not doing that big of a drawing. Let's be real now. Also, it goes to about there. And I'd also recommend you wait till I post their full designs. Yeah. Although I don't think that'll be a problem, because on the list of ideas, everything is vying for my attention. And it would take me forever to get to it. So by the time that I would probably sit down and be like, oh, this is a project I want to do, you'll probably have them done already. So I'm not going to sweat it too much. Okay, we're going to do this. Except for this one. I'm gonna see if I can futz with the transform tool. See if I can. Yeah. Not quite what I'm hoping for. Let's start with free transform. Let's work backwards from there. Would it be more like that? 100, or everything, is essentially existence itself. And 103, or nothing, is the absence of creation. 102, Ilias, is the idea of being able to make anything, but not everything. So would that mean... So it's... They can... I don't know, is it like a contradiction? They're also elements based. Yeah, 100 is plasma electricity, Ilias is fire, and 103 is water, which I associate with darkness. Yeah, like the abyss. I don't know, because it's like anything, but not everything. I don't know. It feels... Because I'm thinking of the definitions of the words. But it's... I don't know. It's confusing me. It's making my brain hurt. I can't think this hard. I can't think too hard. My brain might explode. Why don't I just move it back like that? Move it back and then free transform it. Just do that. And then just take this, squish that back just a smidge more. Like that, and then do that. There we go. Yeah, I'll take that. Oh, Ilias can make anything. And she chose to make life. Okay. So it would be like the choice. Are they given the choice? Or is she just like, out of everything I can make, I want to make living things? Anything but not everything. You're limited in what you can make after your choice. Okay. And that was like the next. That was like my follow-up question was going to be like, so are they given, like, upon, like, reaching an age of, like, maturity or something like that? Are they able to make a choice as to what they want their abilities to be? So that answered my question. Oh, excuse me. Okay. I say this part is kind of done. Alright. And so the great thing about this part, we're gonna actually do this first. We're just gonna merge those together and make another one. So this is the fins. First time layering a label. Woohoo! Labeling a layer. Good. We're also gonna do a Control S because I haven't saved it in a bit. The Star people are then able to make their own choices, and by that I mean Star Mother tells them what to choose. So what is it that... So is there something that happens that ends up inhibiting their ability to make other things after this choice? Or is it more of a developmental thing where... Okay, this was going to be the hair. So this is the hair. And this is where the hair gets super Goku-fied, but because he has curly hair, it doesn't actually have a lot of length. So it looks more like fire. So it's kind of like this. Actually, can we... I'm gonna pip. Just gonna make him invisible because we're gonna take his... Where's the hair layer? The old hair layer. Pip. And we're gonna go back down to the old art. Go back to this layer. We're gonna move it to the side just a smidge more. That way it's not throwing off my groove. It's gonna take me a couple stabs, I think. Technically, it's their own assumption that they can't make more. Fire, if hot enough, could technically turn to plasma, I think. Yeah, anything could become everything, but it doesn't. So is the choice an illusion, then? Is there like an illusion of choice? Where they think they can make everything, but in reality they can't. But they delude themselves into thinking they can, because they just believe that? Is that right? Yeah, this is gonna take me a few stabs. Because I distinctly remember making sure that his hair doesn't do that, because his hair doesn't get that long. His hair is supposed to be shorter. Because there's another character that kind of does does a similar thing with the star power, but their hair is longer because it's more natural to them. The opposite. They can make everything, but they think they can only make one choice. Okay. So are they able to make, like... So obviously they're like... Electricity. They're like... Or like... Not electricity. Yeah. Electricity? Yeah. They're like electricity / like fire based. Can they make stuff like iron and stuff like that? Or is it like I can make everything within the fire / electricity / power plasma powers? Just don't ask me to get you a glass of water. I can't make that. There we go. Yeah, now see, this is the kind of shape I was aiming for. Yeah, is it has more of this. It's a bit more squirt, and it has more points to it. It's not as smooth. But it's supposed to be like a heat effect from a star or the sun. Star Mother has made someone choose to create a space metal for construction purposes. Multiple star people make metals for the Conqueror. The Conqueror star people's armor and weapons. Okay. So So would... I'm not really trying to intentionally poke holes in this. Because, you know, far be it from me to fucking yuck someone's yum. But is there some... Would there at some point be somebody who kind of looks at the system of being like... This system of like predestination and predetermination and being like, why is it that this person is making all the choices for us? Why can't I choose to be what I want to be? Especially given the fact that if at the start they can just do whatever. Is there something that would encourage them to make this choice? Or could they just be like, nah, fuck it, I'm not going to make this choice. And then just being a person who just controls everything and is able to just make whatever. The shadow parallel star person thought that. Now he's a black hole person. Okay. And so is that like a tortured existence? Is that like a bad thing? I'm trying to see drawbacks, because I mean, if it's like, if they're just like, I'll just become a black hole person. Fuck you. I'm going to consume all of existence. Eat shit. And then just comes and takes over. Is that like a thing? Or is it like, oh no, if you become a black hole, that's like, that's it. That's it. That's over. You're done. You're toast. Hingus Bunger, you're 6 feet under. Is it kind of like that? Would it be like that? Oh, now I realize why he looks so tall. It's because I made his chest so squat. That's why. Yeah, in this more recent drawing, his torso's longer. That's why he looks shorter. It's because I sacrificed leg length for torso length. I think I made the right choice. I like having him have a longer torso. He was experimented on as punishment for thinking against Mother. Okay. He's alive, but it's painful. And like Shadow, he has to wear limiters, not by choice. Okay. And so, see, that to me is... yeah, that to me makes sense, where it's like, I had to make this choice for you, and if I don't make this choice for you, then this is who you're going to turn out to be. You know the stories, you heard the rumors, you don't play by the rules, this is what happens to you. So everybody's like, oh shit, okay. So they rely on their leader's guidance in order to maintain their race's longevity? Their status? The word's failing me. But it's like, yeah, we have to abide by these rules, otherwise bad things will become of us. Would you like me to explain the creation concept a bit better for you? I feel like we've gotten confused somewhere about how it works. Yes. Yeah. Give me the lore deets. And I think I'm done. I think I'm done with drawing this, because I've just been laying out the basic sketches before I go over these with, you know, the normal, with all the stuff. So I'm just going to make that invisible. And we'll put Weather Dusty back on there. Yeah, and these are the only forms of Dusty I had to do, I think. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Yeah. I am going to do this. And we can just talk for a little bit more. And I think we'll just talk till the music runs out, and then I got a jet. And that's about 16 more minutes? Yeah, okay. So we'll just put this on the center. Look at all my boys and one girl. And while you type that out, we're gonna close this, do not save. We'll leave this open, why not? And I'm going to take a quick bio break. So I'll be right back. Okay, here we are. The star people can create everything, but think they can only create one thing out of everything for eternity. That's because creating more than one thing takes more energy, so much to the point that it seems impossible, even to Ilias, so she chooses to have her people create specific things to help the colony. They stupid and haven't really tried. Okay. So that actually, because now that's getting me to think. Essentially, once they make their choice, they think that's the only thing they can create from then on is that thing. Okay. So would there, at one point, would there be anybody who would try? Or is it? Yeah, well, no, because I'm thinking. I'm just trying to think of what would be the thing that would lead a person to the headspace of thinking they can only make one thing, and then not being able to try, because it's like, what would be the drawback of being able to make their own thing, like the one thing, and then going a little bit out of their way to like because anyway, I don't know, I'm thinking way too hard about this. Probably, maybe. It feels like you're going through chemo while trying to create thing too. Now that's the thing that the point I wanted to bring up is it's like you specialize in this one thing. What would stop you from being like, oh, I make this one thing, but I need this one particular element that I don't make, that I could make, but it's not something I specialize in. So it's like, what would be the thing that would stop you from doing that? So it's like, oh, going through this uncomfortable, very painful process to try to make something that you cannot make yourself would be the thing that prevents you from doing that. Thus, forces them to rely on each other as a community and as a colony in order to maintain their lives, their purpose. You know what I mean? Because another thing too is, because you mentioned that they live on for eternity. I don't know. I feel like that there'd be like a really interesting way you could do because since they're like star themed, there could be like this really fun thing you could do where they live for like billions of years, right? Or like maybe 1,000 years, let's say. I think it'd be really cool if there was like this whole thing about like rebirth and death, because you know how like stars, how they work, because it's like, you know, they're like this big ball of gas and then they eventually fade out, they die, they explode, and their components are spread throughout the universe, and then eventually those elements, you know, like, for lack of a better term, they congeal back together and they form another star. I think it would kind of be interesting if there was like an interesting cycle with that, and maybe there's like ebbs and flows of certain people that make certain things, and like if somebody dies, then it's like they go back to the mother, who then takes that energy to make a new being. So it's like they all feel connected in a way, you know, through that. So they would also feel devoted to them. Essentially what happens, actually. Yeah. And that's really cool. Where it's like the fact that they want to like help them and try to maintain this community is because they feel like emotionally connected and maybe slightly indebted to the mother, and they revere them, and this reverence is, I don't want to say the thing that keeps them in line, but it's like the thing that gives them purpose is serving the person or thing that gave them life. I don't know if that's like actually. I should also note that Ilias isn't some cruel ruler. She does care for her children, just not anyone else. Okay. Because that's the other thing too, is I'm also kind of feeling around in the dark with this, because I also feel like you haven't like written a lot of this lore out, or at least, you know, made note of it. So, you know, naturally I'm just sort of, it's like me again feeling around in the dark in this room of things that are already pre-established that I just don't know, that are probably already there. So I may just end up stubbing my toe at least a couple of times as, you know, as we end up talking about this. Yeah, Ilias's mother, and mother knows best. Okay. So yeah, if it's not that she's cruel, but it's like, yeah, she's got like that, maybe even like a loving embrace, death grip. Oh, I dropped frames. I just looked at my OBS thing and it says I dropped frames. Wonder when that was. That's disconcerting. But yeah. I really now I'm distracted. I hope that didn't fuck up the VOD in any way. There might be 2 parts to this, which sucks. But yeah, it could be. There's also could be like a controlling angle from it, but out of sense. But like, I don't know. There's like, if you know, she loves her children and wants to protect them, but there's also like I don't know why I'm so keen on this whole rebellion thing. I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. She definitely feels superior, which objectively she is, but she's loving. Gotcha. And technically Nova would rebel through simply, not killing Sonic. Yeah, because that's like her purpose, is she's a conqueror, right? Because that's like her deal, that's like her thing. So the fact that she kind of goes through this what I assume was the arc of like, oh, the world, like the universe is full of life and full of like innocent creatures that live full and fulfilling lives, and they deserve happiness. And yeah, so that's kind of like her thing. And then yeah, she goes through her arc, and by not fulfilling her purpose, she kind of betrays her colony and the mother themselves. Yeah, she'd have the chance. She'd have the perfect moment to kill them all, and she'd hesitate. She'd leave to think for a few months, and then just kind of live on the planet with the crew. Yeah, and that was the whole scene with... Yeah, and that was the whole scene with the moon, right? Where I was all like, oh yeah, wouldn't it be cool if, you know, she leaves to go think things over, and she, like, goes to the moon and, like, you know, flies down to the surface, sits down on a moon rock, and then watches, like, the Earth rise. Something like that. Because that was part of the moment. Yeah. I'll remember. I thought I forgot, but I'll remember. Yeah. That's such a fun... God. I don't know. I can picture this scenario in my head and just being like, man, that would be so cool. That's such a cool... What a fun story. What a fun setup. Your stuff is so cool. Has anybody told you that? Your stuff is cool. Tails will throw together some new armor for her, too. That would be sick. Have, like, Tails-themed armor. That'd be awesome. Oh, shush you. It's not that cool. Oh, well, shush you right back. I think it's cool. I think it's neat. And the fact that you thought all this stuff out, it's cool. That's world building, man. It's like, yeah, science. You're doing it. Doing it, baby. I almost took a sip from my water bottle with the lid still on. Just gonna open Discord real fast. Okay. Just gonna keep an eye on this. Cause I mean, I don't know. I'm close enough to the Mario Kart stream. I kind of want to just keep talking, and then we'll, I don't know, raid into Slushy's stream. Then I'm gonna play some Mario Kart as part of their community day. Fucked it up again. If I had a nickel for every time I fucked up their pronouns, I'd be a freaking millionaire. Yeah, I am done with this art piece though. I don't know if I want to do any more variants though, because I wanted to do Universe Traveler variants and then Dusty variants. Because out of all the character variants, theirs is like the most substantial. Was those two characters. The rest of them are just the rest are pretty simple, because I mean, Ryarda doesn't have... Ryarda has Ryarden, because I hit the gender swap. The counterpart variant is like a part of the story. And that's it. That's like the only variant that she has. Because as a character that gets involved in the universe traveling stuff, she doesn't get too involved in it. And she doesn't have, like, super forms at all. She does have alt outfits, though. Though I don't know how much... I don't know if I'm going to spend a lot of time on the alt outfits thing. And I don't even know if she's going to have too many of them. Or if it's even going to matter. So... Did I even have... I need to refer to my list. No, I had variants in there. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I could. There'd be like 2 characters, but that's about it. Yeah, it's just 2 characters. Yeah, that could be pretty simple. I haven't thought of what they would be, but I don't know. It's doable. I need to think about that. Hmm. I think the next one I'd probably work on is probably Dusty's cast of characters. That'll probably be the next one I do. Uh, if not that, then Freya, because Freya's cast of characters has been on my mind for a while. So I'd probably do them next. If not Dusty's characters, but I'm really glad. I'm glad I took the time, sat down, and did this today, and I'm glad I'm doing this doing this on stream. It's nice. I think Nova wouldn't have chosen what to create yet, and it'd be a big moment during her redemption on While Returning that she chooses to create nature. That'd be really cool. And that's and I keep thinking of the visuals again, where I'm thinking of her in like a forest glade in like her futuristic damaged armor, just holding like a flower in her hand. I don't know. It's the sun streaking through the trees, just holding that. Poetry. Just I can't help it. It's cool. It's cool. I know it's cool because it makes my writer artist brain start churning. It's like that's how I know an idea is good. Always good to make references. Oh, indubitably. And with my shoddy memory, they're essential. Um, so yeah, it'll probably be Dusty next, and then Freya's character next. Freya's cast next. Because now we're just sitting in silence, and I was like, wanted to try and find something that would fill in like the next 10 minutes. So that way I could just raid into Slushy's stream and just call it a day. Uh, hmm. You know what? Actually, let's instead of using a YouTube video, let's just jump over to my files, and we can just pick something that I can. Because I've got a 30-minute something or other that I can just play for 10 minutes or 6 minutes now. Oh, here we go. This will work. Just gotta adjust the volume. There we go. All right. I also should go and make the folders for these. I don't know if I'm gonna. Do I want to save this? You know what? I'm gonna put a pin in this. I don't know about this one, but we'll just delete that layer. And these are all the star bits, so we'll just shift and we'll just delete all those. Go to view, get rid of the grid, and we'll just save pictures. We'll just say AEELI. How do you spell that? Okay, that's how you spell it. Alright. Alias V Super Sonic. And we'll just say whip. Capitalize WYP. There we go. Because this is like a good start sketch. It's like I want to hold on to that. Did you know that my characters are the 7 deadly sins? Not clickbait? One of several. Goddamn, now I'm thinking of that boss music. Yeah, I still have to go listen to that at some point. I have it written down. Okay. Oh, and I still have the siblings. The siblings one to finish. Oh, the other thing was that I was going to make this. Dusty was... Boop, we gotta make him transparent. Because with the lineups of the variants, I keep the original... I don't know if I want to keep the original characters on there or not. And I also did this in a very dumb way. Because if I were smart, I would have finished the first lineup and then kept the finished product as, like, the basis for the rest of these. But I'm a fool who likes to just make sketches and say, well, that's as far as I go. It's like, I hit the end of Oregon? Well, that's as far as I go. So, I'll probably just end up holding on to these and then... or maybe, yeah. The next thing I'll probably do is I'll probably just finish... spat on the screen. Whoops. Is I'll probably, like, actually finish this lineup and do the line art, the color, and all that. I'll probably just keep them flats, though, because these are, like, specifically supposed to be reference pictures, so I won't shade them. So they'll just be the flats. And then I'll take the finished ones of each and then, like, copy paste them onto the lineups I've already done. And so that way I'll be able to mirror the technique / style that I did for each of the versions and variants and what have you. It's so very Maman-coded. I love it. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, finding music that, like, fits your character's aesthetic is so nice. Because it's like, I mentioned Stargirl. Stargirl's one of them. Who would win? Dusty versus Maman, a character you have no clue on the abilities of. Well, if it's running a business, then, I don't know, Maman would probably win. Dude runs casinos and whatnot, and Dusty has no business sense. Like, at all. And if it were maybe a gymnastics competition, I think Dusty might have the edge up. I don't know, how flexible is Maman? Can he do like a I don't know, what's like a, can he do like parallel bars? Can he do like a flip off of a thing? Maman is not a very flexible man. He isn't in the best shape. Yeah. So, in that case, Dusty would, like, dance and or cartwheel circles around him. But in the sense of running a casino and or business, yeah, Dusty would probably lose. Hmm. Well, my aunt's attacks are very much just calling security to come deal with you instead. That or blowing fire at you by inhaling his cigar and shooting it back at you. Yeah, that, Dusty is not fireproof. So he'd probably struggle there. Alright. Okay, I think I'm gonna end up calling it here, because fuck. There's another nickel. Dang. Nice going, asshat. Oh, just rebuilt it? Oh, how original. And who's gonna pay for it? You? That didn't... No, he doesn't even say asshat in that one. Oh no, he says jackass. That's right, he calls him a jackass. Got an ATM in that torso of yours there, Lightbright? Anyways. They haven't started yet. So I think I'm just going to call it here. And we'll go from there. Totally not trying to stall for time. Mainly because it's like I don't have anything else to do, and at least do on stream. It's like I could start drawing, but it's like I don't want to get started on something and then like in an unsatisfying way just drop it right in the middle and then run to do something else. So we're just gonna have to. I'm just gonna call it. It'll be a lot easier that way, I think. It's been fun, Trouble Boy. I'm glad I got to force you to listen to my ideas. No, it's... You say that, but I love talking shop with people. Doesn't matter who it is. Talking story shop and art shop is fun stuff. And it's not often that I actually get to do that with people. Especially in a way where I can actually speak semi-intelligently on the subject. And also just delve into like nerd concepts and stuff that I think would, I wouldn't say frighten people, but would more or less like lose some of the more normal people that just, you know, that do art for just, you know, not for like, I don't want to say art for the sake of it, but like art, because people will do fan art and stuff like that for like nerd reasons, right? Because it's like, I want to create this world and all this other stuff, and people are like, no, I just like to paint because it's therapeutic and it's something I can do that's, it's fun, you know? So, so it's not often that I actually, you know, talk about this kind of stuff with somebody that's sort of on a similar wavelength when it comes to creating stuff. So I enjoy it. So joke's on you. I'll return to listening to my Mamon song on loop once we leave this plane of Twitch.tv. Absolutely. Which will probably be... Oh, wait, hold on. I just received word. Hold on. Yeah, wait. I just got the ping. "46 seconds live. Bingo bongo. Alright. I wasted enough time. Hell yeah. Okay. So we can just close that now. Can minimize this. And this. Oops. Hey, minimizing clip makes it disappear. Well, that was good timing. I just got the notif. Yeah. How crazy. Alright. Let's do the wrap up proper. So, thank you for joining me today It's been a real treat. Getting to work on art on stream, it's so nice. I've been toying with the idea of just canceling Pokemon Crystal outright and just going full art mode, but I know that we're like getting close to the end of that. And I really want to just finish it. So next week will be Pokemon Crystal and some more art. I'll see how energized I feel if I want to do a double stream day. There's a good chance I'll probably do 2 streams that weekend. I don't know. We'll see. But there's a good chance we will. So, yeah. That is the plan. 12 p.m. Same time as usual. Maybe a little later. Again, just depends on how I feel. My schedules are helter-skelter. So anyways, thank you so much for joining me. I'm mushy mouth, mushy mush. Thank you so much for joining me. It's been a real treat. And if you're watching the VOD, hey, thanks for sticking all the way to the end. Appreciate you. Hopefully you have a great rest of your weekend. A great evening, great rest of your weekend, and a great week. And I will hopefully see you in the multiverse. Take care. Have a good one. Bye-bye.